We now reconvene to open session with all board members present. Closed session announcements will be made by the clerk.
On Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment / Title Principle 2 for Corky McMillan Elementary School, on motion by member Delia Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by member Keren Ramirez Dominguez, the board approved the employment of Jacqueline Gracia as Principal 2, Corky McMillan Elementary School by the following vote. The ayes were 5, no 0. Congratulations. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Principal 2, Greg Rogers Elementary School. On motion by member Karen Ramirez Dominguez, seconded by member Francisco Tamayo, the board approved the appointment of Andrew Faulkner as acting Principal 2 until June 30th, 2025 by the following vote. The ayes were 5, no 0. Thank you.
The open session of the special meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All members. Oral communications. Oral communications on posted items. The oral communications portion of this special meeting provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on items included in the special meeting agenda only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. There are no speakers. It's a review of the Brown Act ethics and roles and responsibilities. Dr. Reyes?
Yes, so we have today a presentation by one of our attorneys in regards to a couple of things. One is the Brown Act, 2 is ethics, and 3 is the roles and responsibilities of board members. Now, it is typical that we have this kind of a training when we have one or more new board members. In this case, we have 2 brand new board members, Ms. Trustee Tolson and Trustee Ramirez Dominguez. And so, but it's also a good refresher for the rest of the board. So, coming up.
Good evening, board.
Good evening. You look familiar.
That's good. Hopefully that's a good thing. My name is Jonathan Pearl. I'm with the law firm of Dennis Walliver Kelly here in San Diego. And it's my honor to be with you tonight and with Cabinet and your team and members of other employees that have chose to learn a little bit about the Brown Act. So it's nice to be with you all. I appreciate you letting me sit at the table with you. I really wanted to be, forget about them. Yeah. I really want it to be a discussion. And I hope you'll have the comfort level to ask questions, maybe get an answer wrong. Because the Brown Act's actually tricky. And some of these concepts that we're talking about are tricky as well. So hopefully together we can learn. You have 2 things in front of you, hopefully. you have the packet that you're looking at, which includes some background materials about high functioning boards and the role of the board, the role of the superintendent, the role of employees, and how those all sort of interweave with each other. And then the one pager is not about Chula Vista Elementary, but it's what I've made up in my warped sense of reality as far as like possible scenarios that might arise. And I thought maybe we'll grapple with those as well along the way. So that's what I'd like to do. Dr. Reyes and I spoke before being here, actually a number of days before actually being here. And this is not the end-all be-all for ethics training. There's a new law that requires 2 hours on really that primarily alone. So I'll share some resources, or I'll come back if I do well in this audition. We'll see how it goes. But maybe there's an online opportunity for you, but where you can get that state mandated training as well. So that's what we'd like to do. A little bit of background about me. I have been practicing for about 30 years, a little more than 30 years. I started in Chicago. I've done private sector, labor law. Actually, I started in education law, and then thought, oh, I want to do private sector and work for big corporations. And as soon as I started doing that, I missed education law. So my wife and one of our daughters at the time moved to San Francisco. We were there for a few years, and then the firm had an office down here, and I volunteered to move down to San Diego. I'm very happy that we did. But I do a lot of work with governing boards. I do a lot of labor negotiations, a lot of personnel work as well. We do some work with Chula Vista Elementary School District. I do look familiar because I was at least one meeting that you had in the past. So, you know, I'm really happy to be there. So is there anything before we start that maybe you're hoping to get out of this, or where I can focus certain remarks to address, or should we just plow ahead?
If you don't mind, so.
Sure.
So after this training, so this is the first, it's kind of like part one. Then the other part is what you mentioned about the required ethics training. And that can be online, so I can provide you with the link and the training for that. You can do that on your own. But another component, which we would like to do, hopefully sometime in April, towards the end of April, beginning of May, is another training that deals with governance, which means that, so how you as a body govern. So yes, you have the roles and responsibilities, but you also have a way to, for example, the best way to ask questions, the best way to do follow-ups, and how do you govern as a body. And ideally, you end up at some point developing, as a board, you develop a kind of like a board member's handbook or a governance handbook. So that'll be the next one. Okay.
All right. If you look at the big packet and you look at the table of contents, what I've done is I've included certain things about the board, how the governance team works. I sort of picked certain board bylaws, new board members, you know, that's your bylaws are in the 9,000 section of all the board policies, and it's how the board's supposed to behave and conduct itself. And it's pretty prescriptive. It's pretty specific as to what's required. So I thought we would grapple with some of those things, and then, and not at the end, but maybe in the middle. And I don't know whether we want to take a break at some point. We'll see how we feel. But then we could go into some deep dives on the Brown Act and hopefully leave with a good understanding. And it doesn't matter how experienced you are as a board member. I do the experienced board member training for CSBA periodically. And, you know, people are always learning something new. It's not that easy. So that's where I want to focus. And I'll begin substantively with this. In my mind, all of these governance issues and the Brown Act is an exercise in self-discipline. And it's kind of counterintuitive. You see two board members in the parking lot and they're having a discussion. You know each other, you know, maybe the superintendent is there too with those two board members. Your natural inclination as a community member, as a person who cares about what's going on here, is to join those two board members. But you have to be mindful of, and we'll get into it in more detail, that just walking over to those two board members, not the superintendent, because he's not covered by the Brown Act. He's not subject to it at all, but he cares deeply about it because he's got to make sure that his board functions at a high level when it comes to the Brown Act. But that one board member who moves over to speak with those other two, and if you're talking about something that happened in the meeting, that's a meeting for Brown Act purposes. And it's technically illegal, and it's a violation of the Brown Act. When you're deciding, what gets discussed in closed session, and you have your agenda descriptions, and something else comes up, and you start making a comment about a related issue, but it's not specific to what you're speaking about or supposed to be speaking about in closed session under the Brown Act, and you depart from that item, very easily, you can have a violation of the Brown Act. So I use that word self-discipline because it really is about how you choose to conduct yourselves. And if everybody's mindful and tries to be mindful of what the rules are and what their role is, we can prevent a lot of the, Brown Act violations from happening. And I just think that's a key part of all of this. And not just the Brown Act, but also I think governance, because a lot of the things relative to governance might be counterintuitive as well. You all ran, I'm assuming, because you wanted to do something. You wanted to be more active in your community with the district and all of those kinds of things. Well, if you look at this first slide and the inverted triangles, and yes, I took this from CSBA, but give them full credit for it. The very tip of the triangle is about the governance team, right? Which is the board. And I would say it includes the superintendent, the CBO, other members of cabinet as well that govern the district. But they play a strategic role, a visionary role as far as district business and operations are concerned. It's much more at a policy level. But then when you look at the other things that actually are in that triangle, the tactical role, the planning, logistics, articulation, the day-to-day implementation, that falls to the superintendent and his team of professionals that really are supposed to carry that out. And again, I think that that's counterintuitive in some ways, or it goes against maybe what your being is about, which probably you see yourselves as problem solvers, as wanting to get your hands dirty and get involved in solving a particular issue. But these laws and how leadership is set up, as far as being a board member, it does tend to control that or limit that ability to do that. When the board oversteps, not this board, but when a board oversteps and they start getting involved in personnel actions or in the business department actions, the label is, they're micromanaging. Board members are micromanaging. Well, what is the role? What is the proper role for the board? And I think, Dr. Reyes, when you say, we hope that one day we'll have a handbook, right? You don't have one now, but you'd like to have a handbook as far as how you will govern, how you will lead. I think that is where you also begin to grapple with some of those ideas. That how is this Chula Vista board going to function, going to operate, going to extend itself, and going to limit itself? Based on the nature of the office that you hold. So, that's the triangle. And then on page 2 of your material, you can read these in great detail after we're done. And it's not the Alpine School District here in San Diego County. It's actually from Utah. But, here are just some samples or things that they wrote about reminders to board members.
I already have a question on number 1.
Fantastic. Let's hear it.
So, works with the superintendent and business administrator. Everything I read tells me I have one employee.
Right.
So where's the "and" come in? And business administrator.
And maybe that's funky to Utah, because that's what you just recited is the standard line, And really it is that the board has in your bylaws say it. The board has total control in the hiring process and the selection of the superintendent, and that is the individual that you choose to lead. And then everyone except the superintendent is really subject to management and control's too strong of a word, but you know what I mean.
So I think I'm misunderstanding the purpose of this insert.
Right. You're not.
Okay.
You're raising a question that maybe that's a misstatement of how you might want to operate. In a lot of districts, though, when there are financial issues, because I did say that it's the superintendent and cabinet that are part of the governance team, it's the superintendent who I think is the conductor of the orchestra and decides which pieces he's going to bring in for either solo or for certain harmonies that he's trying to figure out how to manage. So I can definitely see when we're talking about negotiations and we're trying to figure out the financial impact of something, or you're considering whether to close a school, open a school, build a school, remodel a school. I could see that the CBO would be a key player in all of that. So I do see that. So it's the notion of team, and how that team will define itself depending on the particular issue is a little bit, it could change. Number two, when board members hear of issues from patrons or staff, they should take them directly to the superintendent. And they don't take it to staff members to solve the problem themselves. There should be no, this I hear all the time, there should be no surprises in a public meeting for either the superintendent, board president, fellow board members, or staff. That's a tall order, I think. I don't know how realistic that is. Things could come up in public comment. Somebody might articulate a different idea, but it's a tall order, and we've all heard that cliche. No surprises. But it is something we're striving for. Well, how do you avoid surprises? How do you, as board members, what's your prep process for board meetings?
One-on-ones.
One-on-ones or
And if
two-on-ones?
there's, yeah, and if there's ever questions, we ask at the time of the one-on-one.
Right. And that's an opportunity for the superintendent to work with the individual board member, review what's going to be on the agenda, answer any questions that you might have, so that you're ready to go and you really do feel briefed. And there could be questions that come up during that. And you would ask those questions, might be additional information. Your bylaws says the superintendent gathers all of that information and either provides it to the requesting individual or to the full board. Most situations, it's the full board. When somebody gets information, everyone should get that information. Then you're making decisions based on the same information. Okay? Be prepared to attend your meetings, asking questions rather than making a demand. That's number 6, because no single board member has authority over the staff or superintendent. Now, you might be thinking, well, no, not over the superintendent, because it takes a majority to have authority over the superintendent.
Is this being recorded?
Mhm.
Okay.
Number 11. Actually, let's look at that other page before we get to number 11. Look at the hypothetical, the second one. Again, this isn't about your district. These are things I just make up based on other districts, not yours. So Ashley's a student. This is, everybody have it? This is the one page.
Oh, the one.
Yeah, the one pager. Ashley is a friend of a trustee, of the trustee's child. And the student's going through challenging times. And Ashley asked to live with the trustee for a month to get back on track. Ashley's a current student. She turned 18 last December. For whatever reason, Ashley can't live, her mother or father are not available to house her, to take care of her. And trustee X says, come stay with me. What would you do if you were advising trustee X in that situation?
Not get involved. To not get involved. I don't think it would be a wise
Mm-hmm.
wise
So, yeah.
decision.
not a wise
So
decision.
you're assuming this child is in 12th grade?
Yeah. Yeah, they're 12th graders, still 18 years old, but in a high
Still in
school.
high school.
And I know it's an elementary district that we're dealing with here. I mean, some of us might have a natural impulse to want to help that particular student, that's, 18, still relatively young. But
If you chose to be involved and help that 18-year-old for whatever reason, then you have to be going in there with your eyes wide open that you're not going to be able to make any decisions or partake in anything that might have a direct effect on this child, because now you have that connection.
right? But is it going in with your eyes wide open, or is it just like that's beyond my ability to do because of my position as a trustee? I can't do that.
Well, I would, if it was somebody that I felt, let's say it was a family member, an 18-year-old, I would resign from my board seat
No,
to help that child.
but
That's
resigning
my
because
personal.
right,
Because I want to be able, if I'm taking that child in, that 18-year-old, because I want to advocate for that child.
okay.
And that's me. I don't know about anybody else, but that's me.
But you see that you can't necessarily do both at the same time.
We're assuming we're in a high school board?
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Okay, I'm like, wait.
Why don't we examine
hypothetical.
child, like real life situations? Why don't we go there instead? Because we're spending time on something that's not what we're
Well, but
addressing, right?
but it totally is, because what you identified was that there might be this impulse if it's a close family member or somebody else that you felt that you needed to do that, then you did not see your responsibilities as a trustee as being compatible, or you might have a conflict, and you recognize that you'd have to make a choice.
But then right here, you have 3 board members that have children in the elementary school district right now.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe they should answer.
How does it work?
How does it work? Right.
So that's my question. Like, how's it take in children? I brought them out. And they're in this district. So what's the right thing?
Right.
Should I take them out of school? Like, is it
Are we trying to say?
I'm trying to figure
Number
out.
2 question, are we trying to say that I think that when we take a position as a board member, we have an understanding that there are certain situations we have to recuse ourselves from or not be involved because of the liability that we might be under as a board member?
Right. And I think the natural impulse might be to help, whether this child is 9 years old or 18.
And unfortunately, some
Right.
things cannot be done
Right.
just by us anymore.
But if this is a student in the district, make it a 9-year-old, make it a 10-year-old, someone who needs some extra help of some kind, and you want to provide help to that child. There too, it's not for the individual board member to decide what services are to be provided. You could be the squeaky wheel and ask the superintendent, what are we doing for Ashley? And ask questions of that and try to figure out on the staff level what's happening. But and this actually was a real situation, and it does raise lots of issues as to staying in the lane, dealing with the conflicts, finding the right way to help, which might not be you inviting that individual into your home, but you finding out what services might exist that could be provided by the district that would make a difference. That's really the point. And that's really your bylaws, your ethics talk about understanding what your role, and then I'm trying to overlay onto that this notion of self-discipline. I'm trying to figure out.
So going back to my question, I have children in this district. How does that translate for me to be able to stay within the scope of the
Great
Brown
question.
Act?
Yes. And the answer is that you have every right as a parent and a trustee to do what any other parent would do in this district. You can attend a performance, your bylaws say it, the governance documents that I'm going, you can go if your child's active in a sport, an after-school activity, a play, whatever it might be. You have every right to attend just like anyone else. Your bylaws also say, though, that you should have a certain sensitivity that because of your position, you don't want to cross that line where you're not acting as a parent, you're really acting as an advocate, or you're using the power that you have as a trustee. It's self-discipline, I think. And maybe I oversimplify it, but I want to, because that is the real point I want to make. One of them. So does that answer your question?
So if I raise the concern,
What's the concern?
the school food.
Mhm.
I'm a parent, but I'm also a trustee. You know?
Right.
So can I come into the superintendent? Like, you know, like how do I make it so I want to advocate for my child because I know I want the best for her and whatever is happening. But also I want to make sure that I'm not overstepping on my other role. So can I address the superintendent? Should I go through the school? Like, how does it work specifically in that scenario?
I would say, because of the delicate situation where the natural progression would be a parent should go to the principal first. But I would say because of your position, it would be better for you to speak to the superintendent about that. And then he might tell you, go to the principal, or you might say, let me talk to the principal. Either way, it is a delicate position. But it's one we have to grapple with. And I think it's not just the parent role. You know, I've got other things in those hypos. Somebody's upset with X-employee, and they call you to tell you the concerns that they have. You know, what do you do with that? You know, and really what these governance documents talk to you about is find the right staff resource through the superintendent to deal with the particular issue. It's really what it's about.
Another question, but I might need to wait.
Yeah. What?
I'm sorry, it's because I felt awkward having my back too. There was people here that were not staff, but they're gone now. So,
I think they were relatives with
no, there was two parents there.
the parents.
Was there another question?
So I do get those emails of whatever situation, you know? I bring them to the superintendent. What am I allowed to respond back if there's any follow-up? Because I want to make sure I'm being responsible with, and I do reply, I will consult with the superintendent. But after I consulted, am I allowed to say, this is what the superintendent said? Or should I just assume everybody understands that I did what I said I would do? You know, so I just want to make sure, again, I stay within the scope, but I also am responsible to the parent, the teacher, whoever's reaching out to me to say, hey, this is what I heard from the superintendent.
So that you were responsive and
Yes.
cared. And
Yes,
did
because
what you
that's
said
been the
you were gonna
scenario, but I still, like, I want to make sure I'm, again, stay within the scope, stay within what I can share. So that's my question. What can be shared?
And I think my take would be, when you have that conversation, I'll stop pointing at Dr. Reyes. When you have that conversation with a superintendent, it should be part of the conversation. Okay, I'm raising this particular concern. There's some merit to this. Someone needs to follow up. You know, Dr. Superintendent, do you want me to respond to that person who sent me the email, or will you do it? Or are you going to ask one of the people on your team, whether it's the principal or a district level administrator, that they should handle it? I think that's should be part of the calculus in handling, you know, constituents, being responsive as a human being, right? And as a board member. So people know it just didn't get dropped. Because if you don't send out a reply because you're afraid you're stepping out of your lane,
You're not
and this superintendent imaginary, you know, didn't know that he was obligated to do anything about it, then the member of the public feels like they were disrespected.
Yeah. So,
Is there, and Dr. Reyes,
Yes.
and anybody, if you have a different approach, you know, let me know what you think as far as how you want to.
I have a question with regard to inadvertently sharing information in that situation that we're not supposed to share.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to be very careful, especially with personnel matters, things that go to legal, because a lot of times the public wants to know things that, quite honestly, we can't share.
It's true. And if you did bring a personnel issue, so, a temporary employee or a probationary employee was non-reelected, and a parent can't believe it because that teacher is wonderful and did a great job. And that might very well be, right? And then you go talk to the superintendent and you might learn, you're absolutely right. When it comes to a personnel matter as to the reason for the non-reelection or any other circumstances, that's something where you really can't give much detail, and it's frustrating because I write those statements.
Okay.
And what we usually say is, because this relates to a personnel matter, I'm limited as far as the information that I can share with you.
But there is a reply.
That is a reply.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. It's
Right.
not just like, well,
Yeah, I don't think-
I couldn't say anything. Sorry. Like,
No, I don't think we want to. I don't think
Yes.
that's good governance.
Yes.
To-
Want to make sure.
To use a legal term, to blow off being
Yeah.
right? But it is. It's recognizing where you have limits. It's a bargaining issue. Where you're negotiating with certificated or classified employees, and because you go to get briefed, about what's happening in negotiations. Well, what do you think the answer is on that one?
Bargaining issue.
But even a little deeper. It's a bargaining issue,
Okay.
and the board has assigned a team,
Okay.
led by Jason Romero, to bargain with X union, Y union. And I recommend that you deal directly with them. That's the best case scenario.
What about, we get a lot of emails to the entire board and then one of us responds. And so the rest of us have to, and they accidentally hit reply all, right? So if we get an email, all 5 of us, if I'm responding, I make sure to respond individually, but sometimes we've had where someone has accidentally hit reply all. And that to me seems a little bit dangerous as well.
Right. And that will.
And I just don't respond anymore.
Right. And who was, you all 5 get the email, and then you're the president. So you're supposed to be the spokesperson for the board. So I would give you more deference to reply on behalf of the board. But individual board member feels like, oh, well, I'd like to say something too. And they really shouldn't. Because who's speaking if it went to all 5, then we need to figure out who the spokesperson is for the board. Is it in your handbook? Actually, it is in your bylaws.
in our bylaws.
In your bylaws. That the president of the board default sounds disrespectful, but they are the ones who provide the official response. So even though, as a board member, you want to be responsive, that seems like a natural, good way to be as a board member. But before you type out your reply, I think you need to pause and let the president either reply or give the superintendent a chance to say, you know what, this is a hot issue, or this is a litigation issue or something else. Please, number one, do not reply at all, but please let me have a chance to figure out an appropriate, good response to this question.
Because that was going to be my next question about that. If the president of the board is either replying, or should we also, based on Trustee Ugarte being the president, we would assume that she is taking it to the superintendent and we don't have to take that action.
Right. Now, Dr. Reyes is going to have a very full inbox, but I also think it's good practice. You're assuming that the president forwarded it to the superintendent. You know what? Just forward it. Yes, erase it. It's okay. If he gets it 5 times, that's okay. That's a thoughtful board. That's a high functioning board. If they have the self-discipline not to just take it on their shoulders to reply, even though they're not the designated representative to do that. But at a minimum, they're going to make sure that the superintendent knows. And that's your employee, that the board expects to be accountable and to handle that appropriately.
Okay. Or another one,
Okay.
we get emails to the 5 of the board and to the superintendent. So do we take that same chain again? Do we just let it, if it's being directed to everybody, so we're assuming that Dr. Reyes is receiving it because it's addressed to him, do we, again, forward it to him, but he already has it? Or,
Can I put you on the spot a little bit? What would you do if you're copied on the email? What are some things that you do?
So what I would do is I would recommend the individual trustee to respond, received, or, thanks for your email, I received it. I will forward it to the superintendents. I will respond to the individual. I will not copy the board because then I'm copying. I'll respond to the board. To the person, usually, depending on what it is, I say, oh, thank you for your concerns, etc. I will, depending on what issue it is, I will make sure that so-and-so follows up with you to address it. So I acknowledge it, and then I copy the person. Let's say it's something with student services. Then I would copy Sharon Casey and say, Superintendent of Student Services, comma, Sharon Casey will be following up with you, and then she'll follow up. So, and you can just respond to the person, say, I acknowledge that I received it.
And I'm okay if the superintendent replies to the person who sent the email and says, I've asked Sharon Casey to follow up. Thanks for your email. And he does, if it's just that, if he blind copies the board, BCC.
Okay.
And then right?
That's good.
I think that happened once, and then everybody applied to everybody, and that was, remember,
Yeah,
that was not good.
because it was CC.
Okay.
CC.
Yeah.
I'm
But in this
saying
case,
BC.
Yeah,
it's fine.
No, when I get emails, I thank you for your email. I am in receipt
Yeah,
of your email. I am CCing Dr. Reyes for follow-up.
perfect.
That's what I said.
Right. And that gives Dr. Reyes,
And then if it's a little higher level, I include Araceli because I know he's bombarded with lots of emails because Araceli will go, and she's like triple bombarded with emails.
I include Araceli in any email that I, even in my personal life. Okay. Because then I know it'll get taken care of. So, okay. So those are some of the reminders that I'm still on page 2, deliberately spending time here. Number 13, hold in confidence the personal conversations that you have with the superintendent, fellow board members, staff, and other school personnel. And what we're going to see when we go into some Brown Act stuff, issues, is an individual, one board member has the right, can speak with only one other board member, and there's not a problem with the Brown Act, so long as it's 2, right? That's less than a majority of the board. But if you go and you two had a conversation, and then you tell the president what you spoke about, either by email or in a conversation, that's a Brown Act problem. So, that's, and I think this point, so it's one thing, it's about the board, but it's also, it's understanding what is something that is shared for public consumption and what's something shared just for personal, internal reasons as well. So things to
Sorry.
think about.
I have a question.
Sure.
So, well, we didn't receive, but we saw we were written on regarding on a journal or the publication or whatever newspaper. Is that something that can be discussed with more than one person? It is about the board, but it's not. It's not it's not an agenda item. It's nothing. It's something somebody wrote about all of us.
About the board, let's
Yeah.
say. Okay.
So is that something that can be discussed?
With more than one board member?
So openly, basically, or with more than one?
If it is about a recipe or a great place to travel to a winter break,
Okay.
then yes. Why? Because it's social, it's has nothing to do with the legal term is the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. But if it's about attendance, post-COVID behavioral issues, the best curriculum to use for language arts, those are squarely within the board's, again, subject matter jurisdiction. Self-discipline has to kick in. You can't talk the same way about that amongst these four other individuals here.
Okay.
Because it could be it's a Brown Act kind of communication.
Okay. Just,
Let me be more clear.
Yeah.
Some blogger just said a bunch of trash about us. We can talk about that, right?
No,
We can't talk about it.
what's he saying about it?
Oh, he's horrible. She can be possibly horrible, and we're horrible, and who knows if she's horrible and I'm horrible,
We're gonna get to it.
right? Isn't that about it? They're working on Ms.
I'm
Lagarde.
trying to figure out.
The only one that you know, it's me.
Super horrible.
Here's
The other ones are,
the definition of a meeting. You don't need to turn
That's,
to it yet.
that's just like media. It's some blogger that just printed it.
But it is, here's the definition.
But I'm glad you brought, it came out. And I can say this, right? Because the guy who puts it is like, he said, shame on him. He's on an umbrella. He is the board president for the County Board of Education, and he feels that he can talk about us. Well, I can just talk about him too.
Well,
Shame, isn't there some legal ramifications on his part?
depends if it truly is libelous or slander or
Well,
defamatory,
I'm saying he's
but,
horrible. I don't think he's that.
but you're a public figure.
yes.
So
The
is
threshold is
he.
very high.
Right, but he's speaking as I don't even know the facts, so let's deal with the hypothetical, even though we're
Getting juicy.
Here a while.
change all the names. But here's the reason why lawyer guy is concerned.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about that amongst others, more than one person. Because the definition of a meeting under the Brown Act is when you have more than a majority, so 3 people in the same place, same time, location, to hear, discuss, deliberate, or act on an item. We'll get there. It's page 23.
But that's not an agenda item though, right?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, because remember that phrase I keep using, it's within the subject matter jurisdiction. So if someone's criticizing board members as individuals, well, if it's going into the why based on a certain decision, that is based on your subject. They're picking on something that you're governing about. And no, you don't have,
I have a question.
I won't give you the lawyerly, it depends. The answer
have-
is no.
I have a question. So
Great question.
there wasn't a lot written about me, but there was
You're
actually.
jealous.
No, yeah. Written about me. Come on. Just kidding. No. Just kidding. But there was actually something written about my religion. It was said that I'm a Christian fundamentalist and quote, quote. Can I make a comment about that? Because I know that I have a right to believe in whatever I want, but it is depicted as a negative trait as a board member. So is there something?
So dealing in the hypothetical realm,
Yes.
individual board members do not surrender their right to speak as individual board members.
Okay.
And if someone is attacked, we have to figure out, is the response coming from the board, which it might be appropriate depending on the circumstance and what's said about one particular board member. So that might be a response where the whole board wants to get involved in addressing a particular issue. But there also is a way to find a lane, and I think that's where you go through the superintendent, because the superintendent's going to call maybe legal, or you're going to handle it through a public information officer, whatever the case might be, to appropriately address it. So I'm not here to say that individual board members lose their right to free speech. You haven't lost your right to the protections of the First Amendment, but we have to handle it in a responsible way. We have to be thoughtful and not knee-jerk. And the way, I think, is the way to be thoughtful is to slow down. And you make the superintendent and the president sort of the gatekeepers And I think it leads to better responses and a better functioning board
Yes.
overall.
Yeah. And we haven't responded at all. Like we may
We're not
comment.
really, we're not talking about
In
real cases.
hypothetically,
We're just talking about hypothetically.
but in such a case,
Yeah,
that would be
so
the
make some
ideal.
stuff up
Okay.
for our questions.
Yes.
All right. So looking at page 3, and again, we can study all of these. These are questions that I came up with, my firm came up with, sort of a self-assessment as to how we function as a governance team. And I'll let you just read them to yourself. I travel around the state a lot, sometimes doing this, but sometimes just going to board meetings. I know places like this. They exist. Not everywhere. Every district is different. Every board's different. But these, to me, as a person who either sits on the far right side of the dais, at a certain meeting, or in the the area reserved for the public, I know when I see these kinds of things in action, and I think they're good things to strive for the governance team. Just one why.
Question number 4.
Yeah.
When do you recommend that to be done?
So yeah, because now you have 2 new board members.
Yes.
And so your first meeting was what, in December, January? January. And now we're in March. Yeah, I think it's high time.
And that's what I mentioned about creating some kind of a handbook, governance handbook. So we'll have another workshop, and then we can start working on, it's a collaborative work, it's a teamwork approach.
Yeah. Or is it the values of the board, core values for the board that are sort of fundamental? We use that with bargaining, our firm does. What are our values for bargaining? And they're generated by the board to guide the team as far as how they're supposed to conduct themselves as the board's agents in bargaining with labor group. But yeah, those are, whether it's a handbook or mission statements or all kinds of tools, but I think that's what you're striving for. All right, more. Not just asking questions, but this one goes to, what are we agreeing to do as a governance team, as individual board members, as a collective of a board? I'll let you read this one. Sorry. So let's look. I think these 2 pages speak a lot to me. But number 4 on page 4, the board members and the superintendent will discuss and understand their respective roles. I guess I look to the more veteran board members. What does that mean? My little comment to myself was, well, what are they? What are those roles here? And sometimes they're different in different places. But how would you help the new board members to understand the distinctions in your experience? It's a hard question.
Are we going to defer to you or to defer to me or?
The president, all the.
Oh, it is,
Call on
thanks.
people, that's.
No, it's, well, he's been on the board longest. I think it's a matter of understanding the role of kind of being a conduit to the superintendent and not tackling the problem ourselves. And not going on to sites and holding meetings and saying, well, I'm going to take on be an advocate for your site and take it to the superintendent. We can listen to people, but then we really have no power in implementation. That implementation is the superintendent's role, bringing him the concerns that we've heard about and trusting that he has the expertise in the field. He has a doctorate, I hope, right? Doctorate. And that he takes and puts into practice his professional expertise, and not going, what I say, rogue. And it's great to be out and great to do things on sites. It's great to hear from people, but ultimately, any of the implementation leadership comes from Dr. Reyes that he may delegate to particular cabinet members.
Any other thoughts to build on that?
Sure. Obviously, we all have passions and we're advocates, right, for different reasons. And we always need to remind ourselves that the board hat never is taken off. So when we walk into a school, we walk into a meeting, we walk into Costco, for God's sakes, you're being looked at as a board member. And people will walk to you and bring you problems, bring you questions, bring you ideas. And while many of those ideas are great, at the end of the day, we're policymakers. So we live in the policy realm. How things get done is through him and his team, So understanding that we defer things to him, and then he gets to work on that. And then if there's changes that we need to make on the policy level, that's where we can start discussing ideas on what policies. And that's where we can go and look at all the policies that we have, especially the ones that govern the board, on how better can we operate as a team, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not what I want or what Lucy wants, it's what the board wants.
And
right?
it's also what's allowed by the law. Because we can't just make something up because we like it and we have a passion about it and we're really passionate about this. We have to work within, the policy has to work within the law, right? I mean, and we've got to consider all of that in the policy making. So I just wanted to add, piggyback on that.
But as far as, I do think there's power, and I mean that in a good sense, but there's power in the one-on-one, the one-to-one that you have with the superintendent. And if you're hearing themes, from 1, 2, 3 different trustees, that is a role that board members play in actually raising issues, sharing vision. And then when the superintendent hears that from either all board members or there seems to be some kind of consensus building, I do think that drives the agenda and pushes the organization in certain ways. And you do have the ability to do that through the one-on-ones and two-on-ones if that's what you do from time to time as well. So I see that as being to pick one more of these. Number 10 on page 4 still. Board members recognize that statements made in public by individual board members may be seen as the position of the board. Board will decide on issues where a single spokesperson might be in the best interest of the district. I just want to underline what I think President Ugarte said very well, that we have to figure out who the spokesperson actually is on a particular issue. And I think we need to be careful how we speak or delay speaking until we can really figure out the appropriate response. And it's not just crisis management. It could be things that are positive, but you want to make sure that the statement of the board is crafted is coming from the board, that it's official, and it's not just everyone throwing in their 2 cents, which could be conflict.
I have a question.
Sure.
Social media.
Yeah.
So how does a personal social media, can that be depicted as this is the board, whatever any of us shares, compares, states? Is that also included? Should, you know,
We're going to get to there's some interesting rules about social media,
Okay.
especially where the social media site is quote unquote public, right? You're talking about your personal,
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
people use. I almost said Facebook, but I think that's past due. I don't know if people are using that, but whatever it is,
Yeah.
if it's public and it's open, there was a case out of Poway most recently. And if in fact it is public, and let's say people are being, in that case, people were being critical. People were using, making all sorts of allegations and assertions, and a decision was made actually to omit those people, to block those people from participating on that social media. That case went up to the Supreme Court. It's now been remanded back to the Ninth Circuit to figure out what is the appropriate standard. But what we do know about social media is that you have to, it's another one of those matters of self-discipline. There could be public social media sites where 2 or more of you are on the site. And what I've been talking about is, well, 3 is a majority. In the social media context, you can't even reply directly to 1 other member.
Wow.
It's a different standard that applies. 2 board members on an open public social media site communicating with each other, or a thumbs up, and I'm giving away my hypos now, but a thumbs up in reply to something that you wrote, that's a problem on social media. Again, we got to figure out how to control ourselves, right? To follow these important laws.
One thing I wanted to add is that hat, like Trustee Tamayo said, that hat never comes off. And so sometimes when you are responding to someone in person, they don't see you, even if they're your best friend, they don't, when you're responding in that way on a board matter or something they brought to you, they're looking at you as a board member. And so, and like you are speaking for the board. It was one of the, when you're having those one-on-one conversations, you have to be very careful to say, you know, have that standard response ready. I'll take it to the superintendent. I'll look into it, because anything you say, they're going to see you as the board. And it's not about how you see yourselves. I'm down to earth. I'm just me. I'm just this person. I'm just a community member. It's about perspective. I always say this. If they perceive you as a board member, even though they're not saying that to you, the next thing you know is, well, the board says this, and it was really just having a one-on-one conversation with someone.
And I want to, that helps me, because I want to draw another line. I don't think every conversation in Costco or the grocery store or wherever has to go back to the superintendent. I mean, and you know, because you're out in the community and how you would handle it, or what your response is. I think it's sufficient just to say, sure, I'm happy to listen to what you have. I'm listening. Share with me what you wish. And I don't think you have to commit up front that, oh, I'm going to share everything with Dr. Reyes. If it's, you know, there has to be some filter, right? Because I don't think every individual board member is obligated to say, you know, what kind of frozen chicken the person bought in Costco because they said share that with Dr. Reyes.
Right.
You know, he doesn't need to know that. He's a busy man. He's got enough things to do. So I think we listen. I think it informs how you're going to do your job, but not everything needs to go into his inbox.
Right. And I'm just saying that our responses, what we need to be aware of, no matter how we respond, they're not going to see us as anybody. So however we respond, it's going to be as a board member to them, even if we're just having that small conversation in Costco, whether we're just listening or not. I mean, however we respond, my point was they see us as a board member. They no longer see you as their next door neighbor, or you're on my kid's soccer, your kids are together on the soccer team. They don't longer see you as another mom on the team. They see you as a board member.
And I think they also see you as influential, right? And I think that's where I thought that's where you were going, that whatever's, said to you
Right.
goes to others within the organization. That's not always the case. You have every right to pick and choose, I think is the point I wanted to make. Okay. The next part of the material is really from like page 5 to up till you get to the PowerPoint slides on page 20. These are board bylaws. I hope I have the the most current ones. I pulled them off the website. Is what I did. And the first one is, so the board bylaws are the 9,000 series. These are the rules as to how the board wants to govern itself, right? From time to time, they will change. There could be a new law that's enacted, and you got to change the bylaw because what you were doing is not lawful. And the first one's the role of the board. And then we were talking about page 6. You were making the point about, the board's responsible for hiring the superintendent, those things, supervising the superintendent. That's true. You were discussing the policy piece, policymakers. That's a big part of the job. Budget is a big part of the job. I think that goes back to the first point as to why the CBO was included as being part of the governance team, because the budget is a huge responsibility. And the superintendents, they know a lot, but they need their CBOs too, to help with budget issues as well. Collective bargaining, one of my favorites. The board's the legal representative of the district in bargaining, this is page 8. Board sets goals, guidelines for collective bargaining, selects the team, maintains communications, and adopts the negotiated contract. Your bylaws actually effectively, I think, limit the role of the board, consistent with what I think the law is. This is an area that's been delegated to a team, right? Do any board members sit in the bargaining with? No. Good. And that's the way most districts are, and that's
I sit on the bargaining team. I sit on 2 bargaining teams when I was one.
And then the judicial and appeals body. This is another reason why board members shouldn't get involved in talking about personnel matters or actually certain student complaints, because that says the board may have a role to play relative to fact-finding responsibilities and could be the final arbiter in those proceedings. If you talk, I'm going to just be glib, if you talk too much about a particular matter and you're too involved one way or the other, you're going to have to share that with your fellow board members, and you might have to recuse yourself, remove yourself from that decision making. So it is about lanes and drawing certain lines. The next one, the next policy is about public statements. We've said some of these things just on the natural, and your bylaws reflect it. Statements may be perceived as reflecting the views or the positions of the board. To ensure communication of a consistent, unified message, respecting the authority of the board to choose its representatives to communicate its positions and abide by established protocols. And being mindful that what you do on that second to last paragraph on page 11, what happens on social networking sites, blogs, other discussions, informational sites, could be the subject of a CPRA request. I don't know who came up with this first, but they said the word E in email stands for evidence. Because a lot of it could be subject to disclosure.
I have a question regarding that, and you talked about Facebook. There are groups, social media groups, and I am speaking on Facebook, where they deal with, the complaints are about the district or something happening at the district. And so are we putting ourselves in peril by responding or liking those things? Like if they're saying, I'll give an example, school X principal did X, Y, and Z. We don't like this. We're going, and they're talking about the dynamics at the school. And then as a board member, if we comment or like or do any kind of interaction on that, and then later on have to vote in closed session. So you're saying
No,
situation.
I'm just listening.
Okay. So if we do that, is that going to put us in a position where we may not be able to vote?
I think that's a remote possibility that it disqualifies you, but I would say what you're onto is the better practice. You have the right when there are employee discipline issues or there are performance. You have the right to go into closed session and first talk amongst yourselves to figure out what the appropriate thing to do is. You have the right to consult with to contact the superintendent, to get certain information, right? And it could be a situation where the board's going to say, we need an update on this particular situation at site X or employee Y. But you do it in there. This is, I'm pointing to where a closed session was held earlier. Going on Facebook with the ridiculous emojis and everything. Sorry, that was my editorial. I just don't think it's the effective way for a board member to communicate. I think it could be misinterpreted, and you have such more powerful ways to address these issues than that.
Now, can we?
I think is the point you were making. And I agree.
However, if the district Instagram site puts out that school so-and-so did something positive, can we be encouraging or liking those types of comments if it's the district website?
I
Okay.
think so. I think the board wants to be.
We want to be supporting our district,
And
obviously.
I think it's, that I'm okay with. I think another very important bylaw, and it's board bylaw 9200 at page 13. And I think it embodies a lot of the things we're just talking about on the NAFTA. The board is the first line, board's a unit of authority over the district. Broad, but clearly limited powers. Restricted by what's permitted by law. But actually in California, we have something called the permissive code, that if it's not prohibited by law, the board and the district does have the ability to push the outer limits and do something different. And then that next paragraph is kind of humbling. The board member has no individual authority. Board member may not commit the district to any policy, act, or expenditure. And I'm skipping a little bit in that paragraph. Board member represents and acts for the community as a whole. Once you're elected, right? You know this better than I do because you're board members. You might run on a particular platform or a particular focus for a certain segment of the community, perhaps. But once you're elected, then you represent the acts and you represent the community as a whole. You don't represent fractional segments of the community. But board members shall not exercise administrative responsibility. These are strong statements, but they are not out of line with the law and the way the Attorney General interprets it in opinion letters and a way case law by judges is enacted also, and also I would say with the Brown Act as well. But these are important things. That second to last paragraph on the first page. Board members may not arrange or direct any district staff to arrange staff meetings or other meetings with one or more district employees unless directed by a majority of the board or superintendent or designee. No individual board member shall direct or oversee school-related activities. Sometimes, I get a call from a district and either the assistant soup's calling or the superintendent's calling and saying, hey, an individual board member would like to see Jane Doe's personnel. And they're convinced they've got the right to have it because they're interested and they want to see something because they heard some concern was brought to them. No way. If, though, there was, and you were in discipline, dismissal, release, and closed session, and there was something in front of the board to consider, it could be that if the board provides the direction, that the personnel file would be provided. But not an individual board member. Individual board member wants to pop in, you know, at any particular site anytime he or she wants. No, those visits are actually coordinated, right? So it's being mindful of those things as well. Meeting conduct. On pages 16, 17, 18. You know, the president of the board, you read what the rights are for the public to comment. You called for public comment. There was no public comment. I do think I would make a recommendation for a little change in here. Actually, I do think people, I'll say quietly, but people do have the right to stand up and criticize an employee. Your bylaw says they don't. It's old. This is from 1995.
Where
It's on
are you?
page 18, number 6. But we might want to look at that one. And I've seen that language in
Where is it?
no oral presentation shall include charges or complaints against any employee of the board.
Number is it?
Number 6 on page 18
Okay.
at the top. No oral presentation shall include charges or complaints against any employee of the board, including the superintendent, regardless of whether or not the employee is identified in any way. All charges, complaints shall comply with board policy.
What if, I'm going to do a what if, I'm an 8th grade teacher at heart, so they do a lot of what ifs. What if they begin to talk specifically, like let's say they get up there and specifically start talking about personnel matters about the employee, or make accusations that could be like I want to say egregious, right? So I, as a board president, I allow that to continue, or?
Well, they do have the right to criticize an employee. What you can do, in my view, is you can interrupt respectfully, and you could say, kind of, this, and I think this is what it's trying to express in here. You could say, hey, we have 1312.1, however you number it, but it's complaints against school employees. We have that available, and I'd be happy to, give you a copy after the meeting tonight, and I'd hope you'd use that instead of handling it this way here. But what if they say to you, no, I've got 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and I'm not done. Do they have the right to keep speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
So, Madam President, this one is over 10 years old, so
We need
we
to
might
work policy
want to
committee.
refer it to the policy committee.
Yeah, it's very old.
Is this referring to the public?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So they can criticize the board. I know that. They can criticize the board, they can, but employees, I'm just concerned about, like, I'm a protector, but I'm concerned about them saying something really egregious about an employee, no matter what area of, whether they're classified a counselor or teacher, and somehow like saying something, I mean, again, it would be on them, but if they're just accusing them of these horrible things in public, do we have any liability as a school district or the board?
I would say no. If it was, I'm trying to think what's really, employee X is a child molester,
Right,
egregious.
yeah,
This person, close your eyes and think of whatever you want to think about. But really
Right.
things like that, or they're using a lot of profanity. There I might interrupt if I see they're getting volatile and they're becoming very threatening in their speech. There I might. So obscenity is not protected. Threats are not protected. Being critical.
if they get up and say, teacher X hit my kid, but it's not true, they can get up and say something like that.
Those are
We
so
wouldn't know, would we?
you wouldn't know.
Okay, Well, I'm thinking of things that have been said, yeah, that have been said.
I have a question to
And it
go
feels,
piggyback.
sorry, it
Yeah, yeah.
feels so, I don't like my answer.
Right.
But what you're
And I
doing-
don't like that I have to let them continue,
I
but,
don't either, but I'm I want to protect employees, I want to protect the First Amendment, but if you start picking and choosing, when you interrupt that, it's about the content of their speech.
Right.
Sorry,
they can get up there and read recipes, I know.
How about in situations where those comments would actually sway the decision of any decision being made?
well, if it really is a decision about an employee, then, I mean, actually, if the board was hearing a complaint or charge about a particular employee, there's something called the 24-hour, you would do that in closed session. But at least 24 hours before that closed session, you have to give the employee they have the right to actually have that heard in open session, which rarely happens. Sometimes it does, because the employee won't be invited into close. But no, I think what you're thinking is, whoa, we might be the final arbiter. Remember, we read that section, and we don't want to hear these concerns now. I
Okay.
don't think that'll hold up.
I'm taking it another level. Can anyone stand up and speak bad about another community member, not an employee of this district? And
If there's
again, if that decision would sway
yeah.
any decision of the board, how would we protect that one person that is being talked about? Because they don't, I know employees have a different, and they're covered by laws and everything else.
But
So
the community member, if it's something having to do with, again, subject matter jurisdiction of what the board is involved in, then they can speak. Sometimes I say to clients, you just gotta grit your teeth for 3 minutes and let them speak. But it's public comment. That's their part of the meeting. You guys have 5 minutes where you give everybody 5 minutes. That's a long time.
But it's only our association presidents.
We have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Or if
Oh,
it's,
did I misread it?
No, it's for the,
5 is for association.
Okay, that's different.
So then how would number 7 play into number 6?
Number 7, board president shall not permit any, okay. So this is also a little area where the laws evolved a bit. If someone is willfully interrupting, disrupting the board meeting, the law over the past couple of years now requires the president to warn the speaker that you are interrupting this meeting, or you're being threatening, or you cannot continue the profanity that you're using. If you don't stop, you're going to be removed from this meeting.
but it's not necessarily the speaker. Are you also referring to like maybe the audience that's out
And I've
there?
done that before, I've had to
Right.
stop it.
They're not supposed to heckle, right, or cheer, or boo.
Here? Wow. Because I'd be excited like.
But it's a
somebody
hard
got
thing.
Promoted, yay.
You're right. But if it's they're trying to get the crowd all fired up, it really isn't supposed to, on a controversial issue.
I was thinking about clapping because
Oh,
somebody's
no,
great.
somebody got promoted, wonderful.
Gosh, but now we're little robots.
No,
Before we get to the Brown Act, can we take a break? Because I know some board members haven't had dinner.
oh, sure. All right.
That way we're not eating on camera.
You guys.
Okay.
We'll take, how long do we need? 15 minutes?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
We're back.
All right. We are going to now focus on the Brown Act, but we're just going to do certain portions of the slides. You can read all of it at home. I thought I'd rather focus on a number of key points. And then if there's some follow-up or whatever, I'm happy to follow up as needed. But let's turn to page 23. This we were talking about earlier, but I think when it comes to the Brown Act, it's understanding that the definition of what a meeting is very broad, very broad. So a meeting is where you've got a majority of members of the legislative body. So for a 5-member board like you, 3. 3 is a majority. And there to hear, discuss, deliberate, or act on any item within the subject matter jurisdiction of the body. Here, just talking about something, you don't need to be there to take an action in the parking lot. You just need to be having a conversation with 3 of you. You don't, that is a meeting. So, and then there are some exceptions. So when is the board allowed to travel as a group? Like, do you go to CSBA? Do all 5 of you typically go? Okay. Now that's an express exception that's in the Brown Act. A board majority can go to a general conference. That's the bottom slide on 23.
Yep.
A board majority at a general conference involving a variety of agencies, and it's open to the public. Well, most of these organizations like CSBA, they actually have either some fine print or something. It's open to the public, right? They have to pay, but it's open to the public. The other exception that's not a meeting, if you all decide to come to my birthday party, right, in May.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will welcome
Bring a
you.
present.
Your community might not understand when you're all there, but that's social, or it's a ceremony of some kind. You could all go. Would I recommend that you all stand together at my birthday party? Actually, I wouldn't. I would recommend that you sort of filter out, because as a number of you have said, you're always wearing your board member hat. People are, even if they can't even hear your conversation, they assume at my birthday party, you're talking about something that the board's going to be deciding on. And you're not just enjoying my company, right? The next one down, attendance of a board majority at a standing committee of the board. So if the board has a standing committee, you can all attend, but you've got to be faithful. You can only go as observers. Okay. And you can also go to publicized meetings of another local agency if it's publicized. So there will be, but these are the kinds of things that we need the superintendent to be in charge of, because he's having one-on-ones with you. He doesn't know necessarily where you want to go unless he has that information up front. And it might make sense, because we don't have an exception, that only one of you goes to that particular meeting, or 2 at the most, but not all 5, because then we have a Brown Act problem. Or the direction might be, you can all go, but remember, you can only talk about what's on the agenda, and don't all sit together. In certain situations, CSBA, no problem. I mean, everybody there is a board member, right? But there's certain things where you do have to be concerned about the appearance of it. Even though you want to be faithful to what the tenets of the Brown Act provide, you don't want people to think the wrong thing.
Okay, so events organized by the district. It's the football day, let's all go, and particularly we get seated at the same table because we're all board members, whatever the reason is. Should we try to separate from the table?
I think for football day, it's purely ceremonial thing, and you're at the district. I think that one's okay.
That's fine, okay.
Yeah. My birthday party, separate from the district, a little different, even though it's purely social or ceremonial. But let's say you're building a new school and you head over to the construction site. Is that exempt? Is that a meeting? If, let's say, you're doing a groundbreaking and you're going to cut a ribbon and you're going to walk around the site with your hard hats on. Is that a meeting? Is that purely social ceremonial, or do you think Brown Act applies?
I don't know, but we did it.
It's ceremonial. I mean,
Ceremonial to me would be,
didn't-
I mean,
did we-
but unless, well, you walk around without discussing anything having to do
Quietly.
with,
We're listening to
That
the
site.
tour guide.
exactly.
It depends how it's set up, and I'm sure the way it was set up when you guys did it was fine. But if you're walking around the site and they're explaining how the plans are gonna be implemented and what we're gonna do over here, those are issues that are within your subject matter jurisdiction. And I would say even at the site, because we are, as a firm, we're very conservative on the Brown Act. In those situations, I would play it safe and I would agendize your going out to, this new site or hole in the ground, literally, about that. All right, so I want you to just be, it's the self-discipline piece. It's grappling with the definition of what a meeting is and what a meeting is not. The other thing, page 24. I want to talk about serial meetings, and we've talked about it a little bit. There's a reason why the superintendent has one-on-one meetings with you, right? Or a two-on-one at the most, with the understanding two of you can't go talk to a third meeting about what you were just talking about. It's Brown Act stuff. But there's an exception, and the superintendent is a matter of law. It's in the Brown Act. Superintendent, imagine, the hubs and spokes. Superintendent's here. Superintendent can speak with each of the five of you. He can share information. He can answer questions. He can be a resource for that, and that is an exception to a serial meeting that would exist otherwise. If the purpose of the meeting was using, because that's the definition, top of page 24, a majority of members of the board shall not, outside a notice meeting, use a series of communications of any kind. These individual meetings, directly or through intermediaries, to same standard, discuss, deliberate, take action on any item that's within the board's jurisdiction. But the superintendent does have the right to provide, look at the top of 25, providing information or private briefings for less than a quorum of the board on background events concerning an agenda item that doesn't violate the act, unless they're disclosed to other members. So that is why the superintendent does that. It would be so much more efficient just to meet with all five of you in one meeting. But that deprives the public of the right to see what's going on, which is section 1 of the Brown Act. We're not going to conceal your business from the people. Okay. The other thing I want to skip to is page 27. There's a reason why there are some things in closed session and there's some things that are done in open session. And that bottom slide on page 27 lists all of the things that you're allowed to meet privately in closed session about. Personnel stuff. If you're hearing a complaint or a charge against an employee, labor negotiations, certain real property transactions, litigation, tort claims, student discipline matters. All of that you're allowed to go in closed session. In the Brown Act, it lays out each of the bases under which you can meet in closed session, and it tells you exactly, pretty precisely, how you have to agendize it. It's section 54954.5, and it's a really important section. When clients call me or when I look at agendas or closed session agendas, and sometimes I'll ask, why is this drafted?
Did you requote that?
Sure, it's Government Code section 54954.5. What it lists, it's called safe harbor provisions. Do it this way, and you're complying with the Brown Act for describing closed session. That's what that means. Question or just a pen raise?
Question.
Okay.
Do you recommend that we have a copy of the Brown Act?
You can look at it. I mean, I'm sure when you, yeah.
I'll get you one.
Our book is coming out, and I'll, for inviting me here, I'll make sure that we get some copies to
thank
you,
you.
so you can have it.
Thank you.
But I think it's important that if the government code spells out how you're supposed to agendize closed session, follow it to the letter. I like to do that. I'm a stickler in that regard. Okay. Next thing I want to focus on a little bit is the confidentiality of closed session, top of page 28. It's a big one. Closed session is not, I shouldn't make a joke about it, but I will so you'll remember it. It's like Las Vegas. What goes on there stays there, I guess is the cliche, right? And no individual board member has authority to say something that was said in closed session that's confidential without authorization from a board majority.
I have a question.
Yes.
What happens if information from a closed session is shared after a board member is no longer a board member?
My question.
Oh.
Have a disclosure agreement.
Yeah. I'm not gonna answer that question, but I'll talk to the superintendent.
Thank you. I like that. Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was my question.
Questions withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay. So it is the sanctity of closed session. And it's another thing of self-discipline. You know, you have to remember what you learned in closed session.
Stays.
It's not public information, and we really have to respect that.
Okay.
Lots of boards or board members can get in trouble if they violate that, because the board, certainly the board, well, not the board president, the board takes that very seriously. So we've got to honor that as well. Okay. So I want you to look, if you still have it, that sheet. Take a look at number 6. So we got, it's A, B, and C. So board member A, Amber, she just finished reading this fabulous article about Schools Inc. And instead of it being SC, it's money sign, it's a dollar sign, Schools Inc. Schools Inc. promises that it can build schools and teacher housing in half the time and at half the cost, just 3 easy steps or your money back. Wow. Amber is sold. She likes what she's reading. She forwards it to board member Bernardo with a message. Hi, Bernardo, this is fabulous stuff from the Schools Inc. outfit. I would like to discuss it and put it on our next meeting agenda. Got any problem with what happened with Amber and Bernardo? Is it a Brown Act problem?
Yes.
Not yet. Not till the next.
Not yet. No reading ahead. Next paragraph. Bernardo replies to Amber, whatever, and he does a BCC to board member Cliff. Now, I told you that the BCC was okay for what the superintendent was doing, and I thought that was just information he was sharing about procedurally how we do things. Now we've got Bernardo doing the BCC trick, and I want to make sure you make a distinction between what I said the superintendent could do and Bernardo. Bernardo did a BCC to Cliff. Bernardo violated the Brown Act, and the whole board.
Bernardo loves this training.
Right? And then Cliff goes a step farther. Farther. Board member Cliff forwards the email string to the superintendent. Does Cliff have a problem?
Maybe he's reporting them.
Right.
He's bringing it.
He's all right. Cliff, I think, did the right thing. A little late, but he did the right thing. Because then I think, then we could have the superintendent who's going to see the whole string, and then he could get it, yes, with a little stomach upset, but then we'd have to get involved. But that's the problem with email, whether it's reply all or forwarding or going beyond just 2 members. That's a problem. So we have to be careful about technology. I talked to you about the social media rules, back to page 30. Sorry if I'm doing whiplash here, whipsaw. But I want you to know the social media rules. You've got the right to have conversations, answer questions, provide information, solicit information from the public, but you can't use social media to have discussions among board members if it's a public website. And it only matters if it's shared or the exchange is between 2 members, not 3. That's a big deal, I think. And that's relatively new, the legal code.
So don't tag me.
Don't tag me.
Right.
I don't know if you use social media.
I don't even know what that
So,
is.
answering questions in social media, we are allowed to do that?
Well,
Because I go back to the communication piece and how,
if I had my way, I would say no, don't do it. I think I said earlier, you've got better ways, to do it. Do you really have to be on, social media, and then it can be forwarded, or if a mistake is made in text, just it's fraught with challenges. So I know I sound a little too hyper conservative, but I am on social media, and I do think about that Poway case and what happened. And that thing went all the way up and back to the Supreme Court. Okay, a few more, and I'm gonna let my people go. Turning to, well, the teleconference requirements, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, 33. I just want you to know that there's different options. The old law is the traditional teleconference requirement, and it recognized that sometimes people are going to be out of district boundaries, whether it's for work or they have to do something with family and they're going to be out of state or out of the country. And what the rule is under the traditional system is it's got to be on the agenda. So you need a little advance time so you can say, John, board member John is not going to be here. He's going to be in Kentucky. And it would actually post the location. And then when I'm in Kentucky in a hotel, it's my obligation to post the notice in the hotel lobby and to leave my door open for anybody who wants to sit with me in my hotel room and observe the meeting. That's the traditional requirement. It's a little
much.
fill in the place, whatever you want. Okay. So there are some alternatives now, either based on an emergency or health situation for the individual board member. And so if you see that coming in, and sometimes it doesn't have to be agendized. Sometimes you could get less than 24 hours notice, but the board considers it up front. Trustee X can't be here tonight. Board, is it okay if they participate? Superintendent, we'd have a bullet list. Did we comply with all these requirements? If so, yes. Okay. But I want you to know that there are options that exist. And there's also another change in the law. It used to be that attendance at a board meeting was an essential function of being a board member. There's a relatively recent Attorney General opinion that says it's no longer essential. We've learned from COVID that board members can just as effectively participate in the board meeting, I'm paraphrasing, remotely. So there are options for remote. My personal bias is that it's so much better and more meaningful to be there in person, especially for a presentation on the Brown Act. Okay. Last thing, I think we covered this disruption, interruption, and threats on the bottom of 35. Actually, one slide above that, the public's right to comment. We looked at your bylaw. They have the right to do it before or during consideration of any open or closed session item. You do all your public comments up front at the beginning of the meeting. Can someone speak when you call a particular item?
Yes.
They could give a card for that. Right. They're supposed to speak prior to the board actually considering the issue. You do have the right to put reasonable time limitations. You've got your 20-minute rule. If you had more people coming, the board could decide to, instead of giving everybody 3 minutes, you'd give them 1 minute or whatever the case might be. But those things should be spelled out in the bylaw. And the public does have the right to criticize, and we went through that, I think, in some detail. Last thing, when it comes to disruption and interruptions, this is the new law. If you warn the individual that their behavior is disrupting the meeting and they fail to cease that behavior, that may result in their removal. But I'm not expecting President Ugarte to go walk a disruptive person out. You got to use this right that you have. I don't know, do you have security present at your board meetings?
do.
Those are the individuals that you ask to remove a particular individual. It's not for board members to do that. And you're really supposed to, clearing the entire room is the option of last resort. You're supposed to focus on where the particular issue is, have that person or those individuals removed. If you had press there, you would want to try to give them the right to be there so that they could cover what they need to cover. But we do have a little more guidance about that. It really is when you're dealing with disruptive behavior at a meeting, not somebody who's saying something negative, but somebody who's really disruptive, either through physicality or profanity or threatening behavior. Last thing on page 36 talks about what the consequences are if you violate the Brown Act. It's serious stuff. There are all kinds of relief that an individual can seek and get for violations. There's some, if the board deprives the public of something's not agendized, then the board takes action. Something was done in closed session that never should have been there. There are certain violations where it can nullify. It makes whatever action the board took that was in violation of the Brown Act, it could make that action null and void. It's limited to certain situations, but that's why if there is a Brown Act violation, your lawyers want to know, because we can cure and correct it, or we hope we can cure and correct it, and that limits the liability too. So beware, it is serious stuff. And I'll definitely send you our little booklet that I think is a good resource. I do think it's a good idea to read the Brown Act every once in a while. You'll see a lot of the things that we talk about, where it comes from. That's the long and short of the Brown Act. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
So if one of us in public session disclosed items inadvertently in open session that were closed session items, then we could have the consequences that are listed.
The board could pursue consequences against the individual member. There could be a censure where you would read some public statement saying, member X shouldn't have done this, this, and this, and that could be stated publicly. There could also be, something with state law enforcement, the DA, grand jury. There are real consequences for abusing that right. Okay. Serious stuff.
Thank you, sir.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Relax.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, collective bargaining employee negotiations, agency negotiators Adams, Silva, and McNally LLP, employee organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees, organization, Chula Vista Educators, non-represented employees, and Administrators Association, Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957B1, public employee, discipline, dismissal, release. And conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D4, one case. We now reconvene to open session with all board members present. Closed session announcements will be made by the clerk.
The board took action to approve the property damage release with Del Valle Pools and Atlantic Casualty Insurance by the following vote. The ayes were 5, noes 0.
Thank you.
I did. My own motion.
Did I second?
Yeah,
I
think you did.
seconded.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting at 8:55?
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
I second.
Moved by trustee Ramirez Dominguez, seconded by trustee Tolson. All those in favor? Aye.
Oh.
Motion carries. You know,